Hello guys, welcome to the stream. We will be doing uh wait, just give me one. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. So today we'll be going through the season 3 trailer, right? We'll see what changes they made, right? Are those changes good or not? We'll be going through like a document, right? On the Japanese taken website. Let me open everything in browser real quick. Okay, so we're gonna go to YouTube here. I'll be sharing my thoughts with you guys. Season 3 taken 8. Are these changes good? Are these changes bad? What do I think about these changes? You know, is it really back to basics? And we might, react to some videos of other pro players, right? Some famous players and some famous YouTubers. Let me change the screen real quick. Actually, I have updated my view a little bit. So, okay. So this one, I'm gonna move it here. Okay, you guys should be able to see the YouTube now, right? My browser. Okay, guys, let's start this trailer first. We're gonna start with the trailer. We'll see what changes they have made so far, right? And I'm pretty sure you guys might have already seen that trailer. So we're not gonna waste any time. I'm gonna reduce the speed of it to 0.25, right? And we are gonna watch this in slow motion, super slow motion. So I will be explaining everything, what I think. Okay, so let's get started. So uh you know what? I think this is getting too confusing. You know, yeah. Let's keep things simple like that. I'm gonna keep things very, very simple. Okay. Okay. Sounds better. Looks better. Okay. So look, the first thing they showed us is this thing, right? They're saying like refined balance, so they're gonna refine the balance patch. They're gonna like refine the moves. They can refine it in many different ways, right? Refining can be like reworking, refining can mean buffing and nerfing some characters, right? So what will We'll just see what they're gonna show us. So look at this Anna, right? If you look at this move, right, this move is creating that spin situation. You see, look, Nina is spinning, right? Nina spins after getting hit by the move. Whenever this spin animation happens, it wall splats, right? There is a very general rules for this move, for this spin animation. This spin animation wall splats. Number one. Number two, this spin animation gives the opponent a lot of plus frames, most of the time more than plus 8, right? So most of the time more than plus 8, which means you are just forced to take the mix up. This is like getting hit by the heating gauger, or even worse than that, right? In some situations, players even get more than like plus 8. Sometimes they get plus 15 as well. Okay, so ballerina spin, look, if we look here, look, look, the moment, look, Nina has already started moving. The moment Anna is doing the move, you see. The moment Anna started doing the move, Nina already recovered. So what does it mean? It can mean two things, right? Number one, less plus frames on ballerina spins, right? That is the number one thing that they're showing. Number two thing, the second possibility is this is only related to Anna. Not all ballerina spins are gonna get affected. जरनाब शेख, हेलो, क्या हाल है भाईजान? यार आपको तो सारी चीजें पता है, लेकिन और बाकी प्लेयर जिनको नहीं पता. Welcome to the stream, brother. So it might mean that they're only gonna nerf this move only for Anna, right? So ballerina spin is getting nerfed only for Anna. That is second thing. Another thing that we can notice is that they're gonna make the tracking weaker, right? This is another result we can get from you can see this interaction, that they're gonna nerf the tracking on this full crouch low, right, which is a launcher, right? It might mean they're gonna nerf the tracking on 50/50s, across the board, right, for every single character. And the final thing, final conclusion, or you can say the another result that we can conclude, is that they are going to buff the movement, right, for every single character. These are the possibilities that we can take from this scenario. Fit हूँ आप सुना, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जनाब भाई, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. ओके, आपका वैसे क्या ख्याल है सीजन 3 के बारे में? आपने चेंजेस देखी होंगी. अब आपका क्या ख्याल है ये मतलब ये कि आपको अच्छी लग रही है चेंजेस, नहीं लग रही, आपको क्या लग रहा है गेम कैसी होगी सीजन 3 में जरना भाई? ओके गाइस, okay, next thing, some people are saying like, they have removed the bullets, right, from this move. This move does not have bullets, right, without heat, and Nina is doing this move without heat here in this scenario. Okay, the next interaction. Okay, this is an interaction where players are confused. A lot of players are confused about this interaction. Players are thinking, Asuka is not going to get a free follow, right? This is where I might disagree, because look, if we look at the interaction, so first of all, this down 1+2, if you look at the spark animation, hit animation, right? So whenever you land an attack in Taken, you might see this red thingy, right? It represents like blood or something like that, right? You might see this, or you might see a hit spark, or you might see this red, thingy. Whenever you see this red thing, it means less damage, and whenever you see the spark coming, it means more damage. So number one thing, what they're showing, this move deals less damage. Okay, again, this can be related to Asuka only, or this can be related to every single character in the game, right? Means mix-ups are going to deal less damage. So it might mean less damage only for Asuka or across the board. Number one. Number two, look at this. If Asuka just stands here and does the forward 2, I'm pretty sure it works. If Asuka stands here and does forward 2, it works 100%. Down forward 3 works, down forward 2 works, right? मैंने तो अभी शुरू किया भाई. अच्छा सही, आप गेम नहीं खेल रहे फिर? अभी डिग्री खत्म हुई है. सही सही सही. Okay, so look, if Asuka goes for if Asuka went for the follow-up in this scenario, it would have worked. Why it did not work? Because she did a deep dash in. Look at that. Devil Jin is already in standing state while she was dashing in. What does that mean? What does that mean? It does not mean that free follow up is not there. I think free follow up is there, but it is going to work if Asuka is very, very close, I think, right? Maybe they are showing that when your opponent is, when Asuka is next to the opponent, there's more pushback, right? And when Asuka lands this move from like very long range, maybe in that scenario, you can say, the follow up might be difficult to land. But here, because Asuka started running, that is why the move, did not work, right? Okay. From this interaction, we can see another thing. It says more conventional. What do you understand from this term? चीज़ें पता है मुझे एक्सपीरियंस है अभी भी यहाँ पे मैच नहीं कोई जीता सही सही माशाल्लाह नाइस ब्रदर गुड वन कंटिन्यू दिस थिंग ओके so what does this mean? More conventional. It means maybe they are going to make this move conventional. How this move looked like conventionally. This move did not have any follow-up. So maybe they mean this move is not going to have that forward 2 1+2 follow-up, right? So maybe no more follow-up for the forward 2, which means you just cannot you can say press this move randomly whenever you have install, right, and do the follow-up. If it gets blocked, you're safe. If you land the move, you launch your opponent. So maybe the follow-up is gone, is what they mean by more conventional. I don't know. This is just my theory. This is what I think. Okay, now, more focused. I don't know what they mean here by more focused, right? And here what we see is Leroy is going to do side step 3+4 into that injection, back 1+2. Side step 3+4, he goes to Hermit while having +3, and then he's gonna he landed that injection over countered. So first thing that we know is injection back 1+2, that move is still a countered launcher, right? Number one, this interaction shows multiple things. Number one, guys, we are gonna see the buffs. This interaction clearly shows that buffs are going to be there. Number one. Number two, stance pressure is going to be there. This interaction clearly shows that, that Leroy can still go to plus frames, right, after side step 3+4. And then, maybe with this move, the stance is going to be even stronger. The Hermit is going to be even scarier because now you cannot press. Beforehand, Leroy could just do, 1+2, right? But he needed like you can say +5 or +4 to do that, right? After side step 3+4, Leroy could not frame trap with Hermit 1+2. He had to commit to Hermit 4, right, which is -7 on block, deals little damage, or the entire string Hermit 4 1+2, which is -14, deals like decent amount of damage, right? Like 35 damage, something like that. But now Leroy can counter launch you after going into plus frames. So it clearly means stance pressure is there. Stances are going to be there. We're not getting rid of the stances, right? They showed in the first interaction, Nina versus Anna, that 50-50s are getting weaker. Okay. Number one thing. What they mean by more focused? Maybe, like by more focused, I think the mean is, like every character is not going to be strong in every single department, right? They are going to be strong in their specific you can say expertise areas. For example, Leroy, what is the strength of Leroy? The major strength of Leroy comes from the Hermit stance, because the moves he can do in Hermit are very strong. So what does it mean? Maybe they're going to remove this move like back 1+2 1-inch punch from neutral, right? And maybe he can do only this move in stance, right? So the gameplay is more focused, right? And more, you can say, focused around the stance instead of, you can say, having like safe low in neutral, right? Orbital in neutral, like down forward 4-3, Kane and everything. Leroy has a neutral. And then he like side step 3+4, right? And then he got stuff in stance as well, right? He's applying pressure everywhere. So maybe by more focused, they mean now characters are not going to apply pressure in every single scenario. It is going to be more focused, right? More clear. Strengths are going to be defined and weaknesses are going to be defined. This is what I think. But this also sends another message. I'm going to repeat. Stance pressure is there. And we'll see more. We'll see more. Okay. Next slide. Next slide. What does it show? Because players have been complaining about tailspins and like a lot of amount of tailspins, and then so like look, what every character can do is launcher, one tailspin, two tailspin, then to do the heat burst bound, then to do the tornado, another tailspin, maybe like heat dash, and then do the wall carry, they do the wall combo. They're like 20 million ways to extend a combo. So they are saying here, they clearly showed more deliberate. I don't know what they exactly mean by this in this scenario, but the situation is pretty clear, right? What they showed that is strong aerial tailspin is going to exist, and two tornado, right? And this thing also shows another thing. I also play Shaheen, right? I also play Shaheen. I have been playing Shaheen for a long time. Shaheen cannot do this. Right now, Shaheen cannot do this. Shaheen is unable to do this thing, right? Down forward 4-1 into, he goes to Snake and then Snake charge up to. What does it mean? It means like Shane is getting buffed with the combos. Shane is going to have more combo routes. Number one. Number two, we might see like even stronger combos in season 3. This is another thing that we can, you can say, conclude from this particular scenario. Okay, so we're gonna now we have like two slides here, two interactions. So we're gonna look at the left one first. First of all, we're gonna look at the left one. A fresh start. It says a fresh start. What does a fresh start means? A fresh start means, I think here is, maybe like they're gonna get rid of the old moves, right? Old moves are not going to be there, right? Taken it won't look like the Taken it we have known so far. Maybe it is going to look a totally different game. It might mean that by a fresh start, they might mean that first 2 years, they were not great, but we're gonna start again, right? Let's say you mess up, you start again, and you say, okay, I'm gonna start now. Maybe that type of scenario they're referring to by a fresh start. Okay, a fresh start. Look, if Reina does down to 1+2, she goes to that Unsoku stance, and then in that stance she goes for a high homing move. It feels like high homing move. And if you look at Hiachi, Hiachi goes to a stun scenario, and it feels like a follow-up is granted. I don't know if Rena is going to stay in the stance, right? And she's going to get a stance follow-up, or maybe Rena is going to transition to an other stance like Sen or Heaven's Wrath, or maybe Rena returns to the neutral. I don't know, right? Because they did not show us that thing, they showed us the Rena, right? And exactly right after the Rena's animation, look, they zoomed into Hiachi and they showed that okay, free follow-up is granted. So what does it mean? It again shows that stance pressure is going to exist in season 3. Number one. Another result that we can conclude is they are going to fix the weaknesses of characters. What does it mean? I don't know. Because when they said more focused, they were trying to maybe like define the weaknesses and strengths, right? But here, in this interaction, because Rena goes for the homing move, right? Her weakness was the side step, especially characters like Lily, Alyssa could easily sidestep in this scenario the mix-up, the Heaven's Wrath, the Unsoku mix-up. But Reyna getting that, high attack, right? Look at that, homing, right? And he actually pressed the button. So maybe the free follow-up is granted on counter it, right? But Reyna, you can say, got rid of her weakness here. So I don't know here, right? So Reyna got rid of the weakness, right? So maybe they're going to remove the weaknesses of character, but it will bring us back to that season 2, season 1 problem. Okay, I'm gonna move back and we're gonna look at the Victor. So with Victor, because Victor is my most played character in Taken It. So here, if we look at this, we can say maybe like this is EI stance, manual EI transition, because when the slide starts, look, I'm gonna like pause as fast as I can. Look, when slide starts, look here, Victor is not in this stance scenario. If you look here, Victor is not in this stance, right? What does it mean? It means either Victor enters the stance, AI, and then he charges the attack. It clearly shows that he charged the attack, right? Or maybe the move is just slow, right? Like Victor's forward 1+2, right? AI down 2, maybe move is slow like that. But Victor was at the start not standing in the stance. Here, look, he is standing normally. You can look at the leg, you can look at the face. You see, when Victor goes to the stance, so maybe like he went to the stance and he did the move in the stance, or maybe this move mimics the stance transition. Right, this move mimics the stance transition, and then he does something, right? It feels like a charged attack, and then he goes to perfumer, and then perfumer 1+2. What is the conclusion of this interaction? So again, it shows that stance pressure is going to exist. you know Another proof that stance pressure is going to exist, number one. Number two, Victor is charging the move. I don't know if he is or not. If he is charging the move, it might mean that all the chargeable moves are still going to exist, right? In season 3, for example, Brian's 3+4 hold 2, you know or maybe the guard break move. I don't know if because look, Victor, you can say, landed this move, right? I don't know what this move doesn't block. Maybe it breaks the guard. If this move breaks the guard, means guard breaks are going to exist, right? And you can look at the hitbox looks crazy in this move, right? I can tell you that this move is going to be, you can say, good move, because new moves are usually good moves. So maybe he's mimicking the transition, mimic this stance transitions, or maybe he just went to the stance insanely fast, very quick stance transition, and then look at that, insanely quick. Because now when Victor goes to the stance, the stance transition is very slow. When you press 3+4, so maybe a quick stance transition, it might mean that, and and then the move after that he did, right? And Victor goes to perfumer, and he spins into perfumer. Right now, Victor dashes into perfumer. Victor does the dash animation, and then he enters the perfumer stance. But here he spinned into the perfumer. So it might mean a rework on the stance animations of Victor, right? Maybe only in this particular situation, Victor spins into the perfumer, right? Only in this particular situation, but normally, this perfumer sensation stays the same. Here's Iris. Welcome to the stream. We're discussing like season 3 trailer, right? Analyzing it. Okay. So, and it clearly shows that stance pressure is going to be there. So all the characters who rely on stances to play the game, for example, Zafina, for example, Reina, for example, Lydia, for example, Leo, right? Victor as well, he relies on stances. Yeah, he does rely on stances. In neutral, he does not. He has like very strong moves, right? But he definitely relies on stances as well. Leroy relies on stance. Lars relies on stance. So I think stance transitions are going to be there. Stance pressure is going to be there, because all of the sudden they cannot delete and make all of those stances like totally useless, or like maybe super weak, right? They cannot do that. It does not make sense. Maybe they'll do that, but these slides clearly show that stance pressure still exists, right? So you guys can continue using your stances, for the rest of the season too, because stances are going to be there. Moves might get adjusted, right? Risk reward might get adjusted, but stances are going to be there, and they are going to be viable because characters are getting new moves in the stances. And Reina's slide clearly shows that if your stance got specific weakness, right, which is, you can say, a big flaw in the stance, that might get fixed, because Reina got her flaw fixed here in this situation. So Victor, maybe he got that new AI transition. Maybe that move mimics the AI. Maybe he goes to the AI and then he's charging the move with Victor. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know, because it is extremely unclear. The only thing which I know is that after the new move, Perfumer 1+2 is granted. So what does it mean? What does these two slides show? Another thing. A move into a granted follow-up is going to exist. Victor's version shows it on normal hit. Reina's version shows it on counter hit. So on counter hit and on normal hit, move into a follow-up. These scenarios are going to exist in season 3, right? Hey Sanji, hey Sanji. Yeah, we need more nerves. Yes, definitely we need the nerves, but we don't know. The thing is, we don't know, right? We don't know what they're gonna do. That is the thing. I've been, I've been good. I've been doing good. I've watched this trailer multiple times, right? I watched the video of Lil Majin. I watched his analysis. I watched, you can say, I think on Lil Majin's analysis, right? And I went through the document, that Bandai Namco uploaded on their official Japanese site, right? We'll go through that. They have mentioned some amazing esports changes. Esports scene is going to look much, much better. I see your PC glowing. Where? Here, right? Here, here, here. These are the fans. These are the built-in fans in this case. I got like 3 fans. They got some lightning. You can say there's some lightning on these fans, right? So just to keep the PC cool, I have like 7 8 fans installed here. So that is the thing. And congratulations on your new PC. Yeah, looks cool. Looks cool, but this is the only lightning part. My PC does not look very cool. Right? This is the only lightning part that I have. You're close to nice, nice, nice. Okay, so these are the conclusions. Okay, now moving to the next slide. So here we got like multiple slides. You know, Again, we can move from the top to bottom because we have only one slide on top. Okay, so let's look at the top slide. So first one. Jin goes for, that double forward 1+2 into, that Omen stance, right? He goes for the classic Mishima electric in the Omen stance. And then he does down forward 2 here and 1. Down forward 2, 1. It feels like a mid high, right? Jin go down forward 2, 4. Which is a mid. It is punishable, -13 whole splats. But it also, because that string down forward 2, 4 did not have any mix up, right? So it was like kinda useless. It was only used in combos or maybe like to punish your opponents long, you can say. Punish your opponent, from long range, right? As a wave punisher. Mainly it was used in combos, right? But you might not have seen players using this move to wall splat, right? Or put pressure near the wall, right? Or you might not have seen this move used a lot in yours. Why? Because this move did not have any mix-up. If you use this move in season 2, down forward 2, 4, your opponent just hold back, right? Chill and punish you every single time. But what they are doing, they're introducing a mix-up to it. String mix-ups are there. This is what this slide shows. They might introduce string mix-ups. For example, you can say, let's say you have a string where there is no mix-up. For example, Dragno's down forward 1-4, right? Dragno does not have any mid extension. Maybe Dragno might get a mid extension after down forward 1. Armor King does not have any mid extension after down forward 1. Maybe he might get the mid extension. So this is, what they're trying to show here, I think, right? Because they said like ranked match reset, but they did not show anything related to that. They mentioned all of the info regarding ranked matches in the document they uploaded on their site. We will, read that as well. But here in the Jin slide, they're showing that, if your character got a string where there is no mix up, for example, like Victor's up 1-1, right? Jin's down forward 2-4, Lee Chaolan's forward 2-1, right? Stuff like Diagnose down forward 1-4, so maybe there might be mix up. So this is possible. I'm not saying like all of these things are going to happen, right? But this is what they are showing, right? Let's say not every character gets you can say string mix-up where there is no mix-up available, right? There is only single follow-up available. But Jin got this, right? Maybe some other characters, we don't know. Okay, we're gonna look at the Kazuya now. I'm gonna go back. Look. So look, John did forward 2, right? And Kazuya punished with 1-1-2. Look here, and then he did the laser. Boom. And that laser does wall splat. So what does it mean? Yeah, like down 4-2-4, it is like almost useless in neutral, right? So that move is going to be useful now because, you know, it feels like there is going to be, like what it is called, what it is called, the high follow up, right? Here's Iris. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Okay, so what does Kazuya thing shows here? The Kazuya got crazy buff, super strong buff. This is crazy strong buff, guys. You cannot imagine. Let's talk about Kazuya here a bit. Why this is a crazy buff? First of all, wall splat. What does it mean? 10 frame wall splat. Kazuya is going to have even crazier pressure. How they mentioned in the previous slide, in the earlier one of the earlier slides that they are going to, you can say, like focus more, right? Game is going to be more focused. Maybe this is what they mean because Kazuya has very strong wall pressure. Health sweep, wall splats, right? CT1+2 wall splats, Demon 4 wall splats, right? Slow mid mix-ups. But then what you can do, you can mash against Kazuya, right? Because those moves are slow and you can get away with it. But now what Kazuya can do? 1-1. 1-1. Two jabs. He's going to spam 1-1. 1-1 is only -1 on block. Right. So Kazuya players can do 1-1 side step, 1-1 side step, 1-1 side step. They can spam that thing, right? And force you to respect and then force the 50-50. If you press into his 1-1, which is a 10 frame move, right? What Kazuya is going to do? He's going to hit confirm into the last hit, which now wall splats. And he's going to get, like damage, right, into Oki, and then you are put into the same pressure. So what do we get from this slide? What is the conclusion? The conclusion is that, some crazy stuff is going to be there, right? Some broken moves. Because we has 1-1-2 in heat is broken, super broken, right? I don't know. Maybe if they will make, I don't know. They might make them move 1-1, maybe like -3 on block, -5 on block. I don't know. But if they keep the 1-1, you can say 10 frames fast, right? You can say if they keep every single property that Kazooie has now, and he gets this thing on top of that, right? I don't know how much heat consumption this is going to, you can say, take. I don't know if the heat consumption is a lot, this is balanced, right? If Kazuya can do this maybe like 2 times, but even if he can do this 2 times, it is still scary, right? Because in heat Kazuya has that low heat smash, right? If low heat smash becomes -15 launch punishable, it might balance out the things, right? We have to, you can say, like look at the entire picture, right? Look at everything to judge how broken this move is going to be. But in the current scenario, in the current meta, this move, if you give this to Kizuya, this is broken, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, now use wall slats. Okay, now I'm gonna go back and look at some other scenarios. We're gonna look at the Lars. He went for crouching down 1+2. Look, crouching down 1+2. I have seen maybe like some YouTube videos. I think those guys got misunderstanding, right? Because like everything is new, right? They showed the trailer. I'm gonna get a lot of misunderstandings as well. So it is totally fine to have those type of misunderstandings. But players are saying that look, Lars is going to get a move in crouching state, but no. Look at the Lars. He is clearly in standing state here. He is going to do this move when he is standing because Lars is in standing state after that crouching down 1+2 in the shoe shiner move, where he, you can say, polishes the shoes of the opponent, right? And deals like 20 million damage. So, the move, and now look at this. Look at the tracking. Tracking it still exists, guys. It still exists. I don't know how much of it, but it does. It is there. It is going to be there in season 3. So tracking is going to be there. Maybe they are trying to fix the side step, right? The Lars, right? Maybe the tracking, overall tracking is going to get nerfed, right? Overall tracking is going to get nerfed. But they're going to give like very specific moves to track, you can say, the opponent's side step. But he tracked one of the best side step in the game for Alyssa, right? And Lars did a move, the classic move. Yeah, his laws are annoying. I know. Lars's laws are annoying. So look, he did this move, which is a mid string, right? He can cancel this, by the way. He could cancel this. Back then in tag 2 and Taken 6, right? Lars lost this string. The input of this move used to be 1+2. Right now, his 1+2 is the armor move. I don't know which input they're gonna give, because down back 1+2 is a move, back 1+2 is a move, forward 1+2 is a move, down 1+2 is a move, and down forward 1+2 is a move, which is rage art, right? So every single 1+2 input is occupied. Maybe this is going to be up forward. Up forward 1+2 is the throw, right? Up back 1+2. Maybe this move's new input is going to be up back 1+2. If this move's input is up back 1+2, if it is, you can say, related to up or up back, means Lars can do it from the stand, sorry, from the crouch. Means, he would be able to do down back 4, into this move, right? Like silent entry 2, send 2 into this move, limited entry 1 into this move. If the move's input is related to up, or, like any up inputs, he's going to be able to do this move from crouch. Okay, but we'll see. So, what does it mean? It means like they're improving the tracking on certain moves, right? And this also means they might bring back some old moves for, you can say, for different characters. Okay. If we look at the Lee, he does slide into the, hitman, right, into the stance. I was calling this the hermit the other day. The stance names are confusing. So whatever. But he goes to the stance. You can see he goes to the hitman. So it also means, stance pressure is going to exist. This again shows that the stance pressure still exists in season 3. Unfortunately, it does, right? And if it is balanced, okay, it makes sense, right? If it is not balanced, then it can be problematic, right? Because we were told that the season 2, right, is going to be a defensive patch, right? But it was not. You're trying to lap some lead right now, just, doing it when fighting. I see. Add, bro, like the thing is, like, uh, coaching, this is part of the job, right? And streaming and stuff like that. So, you can subscribe if you would like to. Okay, get rid of the ads, right? And support the stream as well. It's going to benefit both of us. Okay, so moving forward, Lee goes for the Hitman 2. So, so the stance pressure is there. Okay. And then this is season 3 goes back to basics. What does it mean? Ah, you stream too. I see. Okay, so season 3 goes back to basics, right? Back then, we did not have that many stances, right? So season 3 goes back to basics. Maybe they're gonna remove the install, right? And by the basics means, maybe, everyone is not going to deal, like, a lot of damage, right? Where someone launches, they do combo, and then you're at the wall, your opponent has the hit available, and you're in the blender. You're trying to fight the empowered version of your opponent, right? While being stuck at the wall, and after taking, 100 damage from the combo. And even if we, you can say, don't talk about the combo, even if we talk about the normal hit moves, they do deal a lot of damage. So I don't. And one more thing, like Kazuya, because that laser animation of Kazuya, it wall splats. So it means, double forward 2 heat version might wall splat. Demon's Pose heat version might wall splat as well for Kazuya. So indirect buff for Kazuya as well, on the Demon's Pose. Because the Demon's Pose, with the laser version, it consumes very little heat, and it deals the double damage. Because Demon's Pose deals 20 damage, and the laser version deals 40 damage. So it deals double damage. Okay, now season 3 goes back to basics. I don't know what they mean by that. We'll see. We'll understand after, you can say, getting the entire patch, right? Now, they showed some slides, right? And then they showed Kunimitsu. But the Kunimitsu was very annoying, right? She could do move into stance, stance slide, stance made, it looked like live, where you do something and then you dash forward into the stance and you go for the slide or mid. It looked like live, to but like Kunimitsu had very, very good tracking. She had 50/50s from the crouch. She could go to the crouch, do a low sweep where a mid follow was granted after that, with the pancake flip okay. And then she would go to the crouch again and she could just repeat the mix-up. And Kunimitsu had very strong back turn game as well. After her 2-2 she could go to back turn, like she got the gimmicks. She got like long range projectile, which was a mid, by the way. Victor's gunshot is high, right? Nina's gunshots are high, but Kunimitsu's projectile was a mid, right? Special. So the thing, like, you cannot duck and punish, you can say it as easily as you can punish Victor. I'm not entirely sure if it was a special mate, because Noctis got the same thing, right? But Noctis's version was a special mate. I remember that. But Kuni's version, I don't know. But Kuni's version was punishable on block, right? So it was mainly used as a keep out tool. But it was only -10 on block. And sometimes if you blocked it from like very long, very far away, you would not be able to punish Kuni. So, dealing with that thing might be tricky. Koni Mitsu is going to be, you can say, a tricky character. And she's saying, like, I will show you my evolved ninjutsu arts. I don't know how much evolved it's gonna be. She looks very colorful here, So, Konimitsu, right? Bob, next character, Bob. So, Bob was a Mishima, right? People used to call him the real Mishima. Because Bob got the high crushing mid launcher down back 1+2 -12 -13. He got the CD1. Uh, -1 block only, and it was a normal hit high launcher. Bob had a health sweep, right? Health sweep loop. Bob has a health sweep loop. Bob got the CD1+2. The mid, you can say wall splat, right? Safe mid wall splat. Bob got like CD3 for back then in Tekken 7, where it was a mid launcher, -10 on block only. Mid launcher. So you cannot duck and launch Bob. You had to do the side step right there. But he could do like, CD3 to mid high version as well for the floor break. So he could do that, right? Bob got like very strong lows. He had like very strong lows. Size 1+2 was crazy move, right? Double forward 2. He got a demon po as well. And his wall combo was broken. You know what Bob used to do in Tekken 7? He used to do the entire wall combo into free damage, right? Into like 70 or 20 free damage. So you just eat the entire combo and then you take 20 damage for free. I don't know if that thing exists or no. His power crusher was annoying. He got one of the strongest power crusher in the game. Like, what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe, I don't know if they're gonna do it or no, but they might do something, because there used to be a character who was called Slim Bob, right? Slim Bob. Back then in Tekken Tech Tournament 2. So maybe in Heat, like, the way Kazuya becomes the devil, right? Clive's, you can say, gets his, you can say that, fire form, whatever it is called, because I don't play Final Fantasy, so I don't know what is that called. But Clive gets his body burning, right? He gets in fire. So maybe Bob converts to the Slim Bob. I don't know. Maybe Bob becomes Slim Bob in Heat. Because when you are fat, you are not fit, right? But when you get shredded, you get that muscles, you look powerful, right? So maybe he's going to look shredded or slim, right? When he's in heat, to show that he's powerful, right? Let me show you how Slim Bob looked like. Look, Slim Bob. This is how Slim Bob looked like. You see? So maybe, look, this is the slim Bob. So, in the story mode, in the ending, look, this is the slim Bob, this is the fat Bob. So in the story, like the Bob starting to gym, he stopped eating the fast food, I think, and taken that tournament to ending. And he, you can say, shifted to the Slim Bob. This is the Slim Bob, you see? So maybe he goes to that started animation. Boom. Bob is interesting. Bob is interesting to play. Guys, Bob is interesting to play. He's annoying to fight, but he is interesting to play. And look, it says bigger than ever. Maybe he's going to have that like Fakumram style of you can say body type. And I'm gonna return the speed to normal here. And there are like few more things to notice. From Australia, Roger Jr., right? Let me tell you one thing about Roger Jr. guys. Back then in Tekken 5, you could do 1-2-1-2, like 4 jabs in a row. If your opponent blocked the fourth jab, he would get plus 15. Roger Jr. was the character in Tekken 5 who would launch you on block, who would break your guard on block. He was one of, you can say, the few characters who could guard break. Yes, he got 1-2-1-2, 1-2-1-2, 4 punches, right? So he would do punch, 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 and then he would, you can say, spin the hand, right? You can say for a few frames, and then he would punch harder, right? And then he would break the guard, and then you could launch him. And he had the tail attacks, low attacks, the tail low attacks. And I think you're not going to be able to low parry, you can say his lows. Right? Her lows, sorry, her lows. So, Roger Jr. is, you can say, a female character. I know from the storyline, right? But I don't know here, there might be a male guy. But you can say back then in Tekken 5, in Tag 2, Roger Jr. used to be a female character. You can go back and look at Tekken Tag Tournament 2 endings. Those are very fun. So Roger Jr., right, had the guard break, forward neutral one, you could press forward neutral one, and then Bob, you can say Roger Jr. would like spin both hands very quickly and then punch you, right? And it would break the guard as well. And Roger Jr. had CD1 as well, the uppercut of Kazuya, he had, the human moves. So it's going to be fun. Bob is going to be fun. If Konimitsu is balanced, she's going to be fun as well. Konimitsu is like fun character to play. She's going to be for players who like to play stance characters. Right? Bob did not have any stances by the Bob did not have any stances. Right? He had the wave dash, right? And that was it. He did not have any stances. Maybe he is going to have any stance. Maybe like they're gonna give him install, I don't know. Okay, look. One interesting detail to notice. Look, what they're gonna listen, guys. Listen. You heard that? Here, because look, they showed Kunimitsu. Then they moved to this section. They showed, you can say this part, Bob. They showed this. And when they moved here, they said, he is scary. She is scary. Oh, wait. Look, here it says, look, mom. Okay. She's a female character. Look. You see? It says mom. M-O-M. She's a female character. And you know what? Back then, stream died. Wait, is it back? Uh, okay, we're back. Okay. Good to hear that. And you know what? What I'm thinking? I'm thinking they're gonna make this kid, here. Wait. Okay, so here it says mom and here it says junior. You see? Junior JR. So this little kid here, the cute kangaroo, he's going to hit you in the heat or maybe during the throw. He's going to participate in the fight. I am 100% sure. They're going to make it more interesting and engaging by making this little baby beautiful kangaroo participating in the fight. He's going to do that. I am pretty sure. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna do that. Maybe like Roger Jr. Once he grabs you, the kid will jump out of that. I don't know, like what is that thing called? Where the baby kangaroos live. Inside the belly, right? Like a bag. So the baby, the junior, the Roger Junior, the baby, he's he's going to jump out, or she's going to jump out and hit you with the punches, long side. You can say that her mom. A pouch, yeah. So the junior, the baby is going to jump out of the pouch, and hit you. Going to look cute, but because you're gonna take damage. Imagine, imagine this kid go does some crazy, crazy things, right? I don't know what they're gonna do, but they can do that. Okay, and with here, with this, they say like coming soon. Okay, now we have more details, guys. I looked at this trailer very, very carefully. You can say I explained a lot of details, right? I looked at this trailer again and again and again, right? Before moving forward, let me show you like something. Look, look, I'm gonna type here Bob ending. Look, not this, maybe like Slim Bob. Endings used to be fun. No. I remember there was an ending where he trained and he became Slim Bob. I remember that it existed, but I don't know where. Okay, whatever, whatever. We're gonna go to the season 3 trailer. I'm gonna show you very important information now. So we're gonna get the stage in winter, right? And 4 playable characters, 1 battle stage. Okay, the change they made is we're gonna have 5 days early access, right? 5 days of early access, which is cool. I think it is very cool. It is especially going to be very good for the coaching, because by the time most of the players get access to the character, I'll already, you can say, have like little restriction on like the character. It is going to be good. And this customization, if you get the season pass, right? Look, so season 3 pass available on February 9th and 10th. And I have seen some players talking about season 3 dropping, you can say, after a week on 10th February. No, that's not the case, guys. We're not allowed to get excited this early. You know, they are allowing it earlier because, and I think this time around, the stage and character pass is not separate. I think the stage pass did not sell out that well. People did not buy stages. I think they're gonna combine it together. They combined it together this time around. I think due to that reason, or maybe whatever, I don't know. But this outfit, you can use these outfits in season 2, because if you buy this on 9th or 10th, like before season 3, after this, you can say goes live, you should be able to use these customizations. This is interesting, guys. Look, February 9th, 10th. Season 3 pass, second anniversary campaign, right? And then this is the refined balance. So they are calling season 3 the refined balance. The name of the season 2 was defensive patch, right? Season 2 was a defensive patch. Season 3 is going to be refined balance. So they are going to keep the things and they are going to refine. And look, this is how Victor's new move looks like. And it looks like this move is doing a tailspin, strong aerial tailspin, you can see here. Right? Because Victor is doing this move on another character. I don't know which character it is. I think it is Armor King. Right? In the trailer, he did it on Claudio. And then, late spring. So Kunimitsu is not going to drop alongside, you can say, this refined balance, which is very good, right? Players will get time to get better at their characters, right? Learn the new strategies, get used to the new mechanics or whatever, right? The game plan they're going to provide. And then later on, we will get Kunimitsu. And then, like Bob, and then Roger, and the new character. And look, so season 2, Lord of Destruction is going to Taken King and more, right? There's more in the rank reset, right? Maybe ranked points or whatever. But we will talk a lot of things. We will talk a lot about rank because they dropped a document mentioning everything. I'm just gonna go there in a few minutes. So season 2, if you load of destruction, you will go down to Taken King. I think if you are Taken King, you will go down to Fujin. Fujin will go down to Mighty Ruler. You will go back to previous Elo, right? If you are Fujin, you will go down to Mighty Ruler, right? Mighty Ruler will go down to red ranks. And there is a limit to it, right? Okay. One more thing. All of the people, they keep looking for the notes, patch notes whenever a new update is there. People look for the patch notes. They're like, okay, where are the patch notes? Where are the patch notes? Where are the patch notes? This website is the site where you get the patch notes. You can see like even Taken 7 is there. So this website has been there, for a long time. Look, it's the name is Taken Official JP. You can write Taken Official Japanese site and you will get to this site. And look, here you will have all the information and patch notes available. Okay, so we're gonna go to season 3 roadmap, right? And we're gonna go to announcement regarding TWT 2026 and Esports World Cup. So these two documents were ah wait, why is the site not working? Let me open the browser again real quick. Japanese Taken site. We're gonna go here. Announcement regarding we're gonna get some crazy good things here. This is very good, guys. You should not miss this. So we're gonna go to the game balance first. So look, what is Taken 8 Season 3? Taken 8 Season 3 is a new season scheduled to run from February 2026 through winter 2027. The overall roadmap is outlined below. We went through this picture. Okay, about Season 3 and Season 3 and the early phase. Note, all dates are based on GST, Japanese Standard Time, and CET PST dates are provided in. Okay, so the bracket during the early phases into the following initiatives. Okay, so look here, February 10. This is where main things begin. February 10, release of season 3 pass, right? February 10 to March 16th, second anniversary campaign. So February 10th to March 16th, March 17th, and this is according to Japanese time, right? If you are in NA, it is going to be March 16th for you. But here in Pakistan, it is going to be March 17th. In Australia, Oceania, it is going to be March 17th. But in EU, I think it is going to be March 17th as well. Maybe very late March 16th. Okay, major update deployment. Sorry. So March 17th is the update day. From May 1st, full launch of the 2026 competitive season. So we're not getting any event before the May, right? So we're going to spend the March and all of the April, just having fun. Okay. In season 2, season pass release, battle balance adjustments, and the first DLC character release all took on the same day, right? So they're saying like all characters and everything, they released on the same day. For season 3, we have revised this schedule and will roll out content across separate phases. We know first we'll have, you can say, the balance match and then Cooney and then Bob, right? So we're not gonna get like Cooney and the balance everything on same day. It is going to be on different days, right? So this is what it says. Okay, now further updates will continue to focus primarily on the release of additional downloadable content. So they're saying like upcoming updates will be focused on additional downloadable content, which means the outfits or like their battle passes, maybe new characters. Okay, so every 10th release it of season 3 pass. So here they're going to talk about, they said they're going to talk about the outfits, right? How these outfits are, you can say, going to be, you can say, available in season 2. Yeah. So it says 40 character costumes for season 1 and 2, 4 costumes for season 3 additional characters. So these costumes are going to apply to all of the characters. Yeah, it can be better, but whatever, right? I don't care about clothes to be right. Don't even use customizations. I have made like a few customizations throughout like my Taken career, just a few. Okay, season 3 pass content release schedule. This is interesting. Okay, additional characters. Late spring 2026, first character. Summer, second character. So here they're not saying late summer. Autumn, third character, Roger. And winter, fourth character to be announced. Additional stage, winter, new stage to be announced. So it is going to be a new stage. We're not gonna get any, you can say old stage or reworked stage. The default clothes only so many the colors I can make. Yeah, exactly. Okay, okay, no. Okay, now I understand what you mean. So you're trying to say these are the old clothes with the new colors. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Okay. Expanded early access period, right? So, no, so instead of like 3 days, it is going to be 5 days now, right? February 10th to March 16th, second anniversary campaign. They're like, but it is called. So includes five brand new fan art pieces, weekly and limited time release. Get over 200 second anniversary exclusive items. So like there are going to be some things like 50% off, right? General costume 400 taken coins to 200 taken coins. General costume. So there are going to be some sales going on there during the second anniversary campaign, right? So fan art collection, season one and two set, and second anniversary player customization item, pack volume 1 to 4. So these are the item packs for different characters, whatever. I'm not interested in these things, right? Second anniversary campaign, week three, in the week three, these are going to be the characters. In week four, these are going to be the characters. So they're like putting things or say on sale, right? You can buy stuff, the customization items from the Taken Shop. Okay, Taken Shop second anniversary sale. So there's going to be the sale, on these customizations. Week one, Taken special deal. So I think these are going to be included there. This customization of June, these two emotes of Paul and Anna and whatever, right? Taken special deal week two. This is going to be week three special deal and week four special deal, you know, and week five special deal. Okay, March 17th. Update time, guys. Major update version 3.0 and beyond. Okay. Key features of version 3.0: battle balance adjustments and release of taken developer feedback portal. Right. This is the beta version. So they're now releasing a portal, right? So you can directly send the feedback to developers in simple words, right? So there is going to be a portal where you will send the feedback to developers directly. Online rank reset we know, right? How it's going to happen. And matchmaking logic improvements, multiple feature additions and improvements along with new item releases and sales. Sales are going to be there, new items are going to be there, right? These are the key features, right? So they're going to be balance patch, right? Taken developers portal, right? This is going to be main one, and then rank reset and matchmaking improvement, and then some sales. Details for each item are provided below. Number one, we're going to battle balance adjustments and the developer portal. So adjustments. So for season 3, battle balance adjustments will be made under the theme of refine. So this is the season three's name, the refinement phase. We're in the refinement phase, guys. So what does it mean? It means they're going to keep the old stuff but refine it. They're not going to remove the old stuff, right? This is why I mentioned, like all of the stance pressures are going to exist, 50/50s are going to be there, but they're going to be refined. What happened, Sanjay? Okay, look, while maintaining the current battle system, look, this is important. While maintaining the current battle system, we aim to improve the overall gameplay experience based on the following policies. I don't know how they're going to define this. Maybe they can define this by removing the 50/50s, right? Okay, number one. So these are the policies. They're going to define based on these policies. These are the three rules they're going to use to define. Number one rule: adjustments that respect each character's concept, strengths, and weaknesses. You remember? Like they were saying, like more focused, right? While preventing excessive performance gaps between characters. So, what does it mean? So the last part, while preventing excessive performance gaps between characters, it means they're going to, so it is not going to be like one character is like super strong and there is a character in the same patch, same game who is unplayable. So these things won't happen. Character is going to be, like close in strength. Number one thing, this is good. This is good. I like it. But adjustments that respect each character's concept, right? Strengths and weaknesses. So they are going to define character's strengths and weaknesses, right? Based on the character's concept. For example, Kazuya has the wall pressure, right? So maybe like better wall pressure. So they're going to make you can say like buff something which is already strong, right? And then they're going to nerf some things. So for example, Dragno does not have panic buttons, right? So maybe they'll like get rid of his panic buttons, right? Because he's supposed to play offensive. Lydia is supposed to play with the stances. Maybe without the stances, she is going to be weaker, right? Victor is a counted character. Maybe like Brian is counted character. So maybe Brian is going to have like weaker neutral because he is a counted character. So weaker poking and weaker panic buttons. So maybe stuff like that. Asuka has the cans, right? Back three, but at the same time, she has like very strong pressure. So for Asuka, it is going to be the defensive tools, but weaker offense. So I think this is what it means. Okay, number two, re-evaluating the relationship between character-specific power-up mechanics and the heat system. So they are re-evaluating the relationship, right? So for example, character specific power up mechanics and heat system. What does it mean? I'm gonna give you example. We're gonna pick Asuka. I'm gonna pick Asuka for the reference. What does Asuka like to do? Asuka likes to do what is the character identity? Parries, like defensive moves, right? Cans, back three parries, stuff like that. But what does heat system do? Heat system makes the offense strong. So those things are not aligned. They're moving in the opposite direction, right? Asuka says, go here. Heat system says go here. So now both things are gonna get, you can say, go along with each other. So they're saying re-evaluating the relationship between character specific power mechanics and heat system, right? So maybe her heat system or her install is gone. Maybe she'll get like defensive moves in the install instead of offensive moves, right? Yoshi got the offensive move during heat, right? Maybe like he'll also get the defensive move, right? Dragno might become better when it comes to the heat, right? He might get like better offensive moves, stuff like that. Okay, prioritizing improvements that align with the Taken 8's core gameplay. So they're going to prioritize improvements that will align with the Taken 8's core gameplay, which is offense and the season 3 balance theme refine based on the feedback received to date. So they're going to, you can say, update the game based on offense and refinement. These two are the things, right? And they're going to consider that, game is more focused, right? Everyone does not have everything. Characters are defined, weaknesses are defined, strengths are defined, but strengths might be broken and weaknesses might be, you can say, like, major flaws in the character. So instead of like every character being viable and versatile, right? They're making offensive characters very offense heavy and defensive characters very defense heavy. This is what I think they're going for. And that is why I think we might see some defensive buffs on Asuka, right? We might see some offensive buffs on Dragno. Victor is like a timing based character, offensive character. So you will see, they have showed that, right? With Leroy, you want to press buttons. But Leroy got one parry. That is the thing. His back 1+2 is the signature move. The buff back 1+2, right? He can do it in stance. So we'll see. Because for some characters they can do everything equally, right? So that is that. Okay, now patch notes for the balance adjustments are scheduled to be published on March 17th. And you will find the notes on the same site. I always go to this site. As before, there will be no changes to the policy of releasing patch notes on the day of update. Right. So launch of an official development forum. The developer feedback, ranked, okay, rank reset. The lowest that you will get reset to is Marauder, whatever it is called, rank 6, right? And then rank point gain or loss. They are discouraging the one and done. If you rematch right, you will get more points. So they're discouraging the one and done, right? Matchmaking logic improvements. So for example, I have destruction to rank, right? And if I go to my Taken King character and try to find match, I don't find any games because game tries to prioritize someone who has, you can say, the highest rank close to me. So that thing is gone. The highest rank character will be discontinued. Matchmaking based on the player's highest rank character will be discontinued and replaced with matchmaking based on the rank of the currently selected character. This is very, very good. If you are playing Taken King, game should find like Bushin or Taken Emperor, right? Game should not first look for the highest rank of the character and then go for that. So, maybe you will find more games. Additional features, improvements, new items, and sales. And guys, this was it, right? I need like 5 minutes break and then we'll go through this thing, announcements regarding TWT 2026 and EWC 2026, for those who are, you can say, into the competitive scene. This is going to be very, very helpful, extremely good information, right? So give me like 2 3 minutes break. I need to drink some water. I need to wake up my kids, right? Because they have to go to school. So I'll be back. Okay, guys, I am back. So we're gonna talk about PWD changes, and these changes are amazing, amazing changes. Okay, so let's discuss all of these changes. So TWT begins at May 1st, 2026, and ends at November 15th. Okay, so they're ending it very early this time around. I did not pay attention to this. When I read this for the first time. So May, June, July, August, September, October. So it is going to last for 6.5 months. Yeah, 6.5 months. So TG is going to be last one. Evo Japan is going to be the first event, right? Okay. Following the conclusion of qualifier, the global final will be held in early winter 2027, right? To determine the season 3 champion, the main schedule is as follows. So this is the schedule, right? April 2026. So, TWT 2026 player registration opens and dojo permission submission, right? And then, Evo, and then November 15th TGU, and early 2027 LCQ and finals. Okay, now the important details, guys. Important details. Number one, uh, here, this is game changing for the esports scene of Taken. This is what Taken was missing so far. Because back then, if you wanted to qualify for the TWT finals, you had to travel to as many events as possible, right? And get as many points as possible. Because let's say if you went to Evo, right? You won 800 points. Is that enough? No. You have to travel again. You have to win more. You have to win more because you will find players. You would find players, previously who would have like 1200, 1300 points, right? And someone with 800 points or 1000 points would not get qualified. But now everything changes. How to go to the finals? Look, top players from the global leaderboard 16. So instead of 20, it is 16 now, right? Looks bad, but no, it is very good. Just just look at this. Top players from the regional leaderboard, right? 15 regions, right? Top player from each you can say region is going to be there. 16 from global leaderboards, but LCQ winner, you know, same thing as last time, exactly the same, just four less players from the global leaderboard. But now everything changes here. Winners of three master category events. If someone wins Evo, he goes to finals. That's it. If you feel like you are that guy, who cannot afford the expensive TWT, right? Who cannot go to like 20 different events, but you got the skills, you can just go to Evo, win Evo, and you go to finals. You're selected. Very, very good. Big thumbs up, double thumbs up. And it is not only one opportunity. You got like three opportunities, right? So look, here it says Evo Japan, Evo USA, Evo France. These three Evos, all of the winners go to TWT finals. LCQ winner goes to TWT finals, and EWC winner also goes to TWT finals. 15 regionals go to the TWT finals, and 16 global leaderboard players go to TWT finals. So there are like many different opportunities to go to TWT finals. And it does not end here. So going to TWT finals is going to be much easier for a skilled player now, because someone who wins EWC, someone who wins LCQ, and someone who wins master event goes here, right? But it does not end here. This thing backfires, but in a positive way. How? If you are in TWT, you get selected for EWC. If you win EWC, you get selected for TWT. If you are in TWT, you get selected for EWC. So these two things loop again and again. And look at this. Uh, wait. They're just talking about the regulations and cheating allegations or whatever, right? They're going to make strict policies, right? And so the thing is like, top eight. Okay, so top eight in TWT are going to go to EWC. Okay, look here it says, look. The major difference from the previous season that the winner of the three Master Plus category events and the winner will see will earn the direct qualification to the global finals. Wait, where it says about EWC? Maybe at the top schedule. Uh, Dates, global final, qualified players, master categories, or the challenger, or the dojo, point system, global leaderboard. Okay, there is one more thing they changed. Look here. So beforehand, only one master event counted, right? Master plus two master events counted, three challenger events counted, and four dojos counted. And due to these four dojos, players were able to, you can say, do the cheating thing, right? But now only two dojos matter, and four master events matter, right? So the more bigger events you play, the higher chance you have, if you are a good player, if you're able to qualify, the higher chance you have to go to the TWT finals. And if you go to TWT finals, you just go to EWC. Okay, here it says, look. Regarding the EWC, for which taken it has been announced as a feature title, the following integrations will be applied. So look, the top 8 players from the global finals will earn qualification for EWC 2026. So our top 8 players are, look, if we go here, Lohai, Mangja, Atif, Farzeen, Usama Basi, Bradman, John, and Ulsan. These guys are already selected for EWC. So now TWT holds more weight. It has a lot of weightage now. Because if you get good placement in TWT, you get selected for EWC. And if you win EWC, you go back to TWT. And if you again go to top 8, you go back to EWC. Right? And let's say you don't perform in EWC, no worries. You got LCQ, you got 15 regional sports, right? You got like 3 Evo sports, you know. And because Ulsan is already selected as a, you can say, previous winner, so JDCR goes in. So Lohai, Mangja, Atif Farzin, Sambasi, Bradman, John, Ulsan, and JDCR are already selected for upcoming EWC, which is very, very good. Amazing thing that Nemco has done. This is the best thing that they have done so far in Taken It. And that is like improving the what it is called, esports scene. Esports scene is much better now. Much better. I would say I cannot even compare this to the old esports scene of Taken. Especially the Taken 7's version. This is significantly better. This is amazing, right? And if we go to the balance part, right, and if we look at like how they are discouraging one and dones, right, how they are, you can say, trying to find players more matches, and what are the policies, you can say, to balance the games. I really love these. you know these are extremely good changes, very good changes. Okay, so what do you guys think about these changes? Wait, I was not showing. uh oh my, I was not showing my Chrome the entire time. My bad. Hmm, how can I show the Chrome? Okay. No, I think you should be able to say it. But the thing, like, we have already discussed this, right? So this is how things will work. This is how things will work. So what do you guys think? Do you guys like the new esports system? What do you guys think? By the way, here I'm on my another account. I made a new account to, you could say, play Taken, because I was unable to find the games. Look, let me show you this account. Look, look, zero games. Look, I have like literally no games on this account. I have like only 143 games. Okay, thank you so much for the follow. This is new account. So, I'm just gonna play some Taken. Let's go to ranked. And let's find some opponents. Let's play some Taken. Thank you so much for the follow, Dr. Django. Which character should I play? I think I should change the stream title. And by the way, guys, I will be streaming a lot, in early season 3. Not season 3, you can say throughout the entire season 3. You know. And my streams are going to be, like, very informative. My streams are going to be, what is that called? The knowledge based stream, the informative streams. Ah, you're a friend of Osiris. See, you're welcome. Welcome to the stream. Let me. Change the title real quick. Claudia? Okay. Okay, let's play Claudia. For the link, yeah, I have advices for the link. But the thing is, I can play her. I can definitely play her. I can definitely play her. And I can teach her Link as well. I used to play her mainly back then in like Tekken Tag tournament 2 days. Link is very strong. But the thing is, like, my muscle memory is not there. I might need to develop. It will take me like, a few days, like 2-3 days, right? To get used to the Link. So let's go for Claudio today. Let's see if I find games or no. Let me just do little warm up with Claudia first. Miss Claudia is very easy to play. You don't usually don't need muscle memory. On the other, I think I have Claudia load of destruction. I have like 20 a lot of destruction characters there. I'm just here on this account so that I can find more games. And hopefully I'll find games. Wait, why is my game lagging? Here too, no. No one plays Lee. No one plays Lee in Pakistan. I can play Lee. I did play Lee on stream, right? On my other account, maybe a few months ago. Uh, I'll play Lee. Don't worry. I'll show you how you can play Lee. My game is lagging for some reason. I don't know why. Let me change the stream title real quick. Oh my god, guys, I'm so bad at streaming. I literally don't know anything about the controls. I think, yeah, every time I tried to search, it always linked back to Tekken 7. Yeah, like we don't have any Pakistani players who play Lee. The thing is, like, you might find players, right? But you have to, you won't find players online. You won't find like online players, or you can say the players, you can say a stream. That is the thing. Come on, bro, accept the match. Okay, accept it. Accept it. Armor King. Guys, I'm gonna change the title later on. Okay, I have no name. It looks so funny. Oh my god. Got hit by the counter hit launcher. Hello? No worries, guys. This is the first game. Little warm up needed. Nice. Okay. Okay, good one. Good one. Okay, blocked in reaction. Guys, warm up time. Hop kick. Yeehaw! Bro started spamming. Okay. Bro, what are you doing? He made the mistake at the end. He made the mistake. Guys, it was the first game. Just warming up. Just warming up. Just warming up. Okay, nice. Boom, boom. I thought he'll go for the low. I think I need to restart my game there. That's not the cleanest Claudio gameplay. You know, just a few sets. Just a few sets. And I'll show you the cleanest Claudio gameplay. Hit smash. Rage art. He did not do the rage art. I was waiting for the rage art there. If I let the game run in the background for too long, game starts becoming laggy. I think that's what happened. Because throughout the entire stream, the game was running in the background. When I was reviewing the season 3 trailer, on Chrome. I think if I let it run like this and don't do anything for a few minutes, I think it will get fixed. The thing is, like, when it comes to the Leech Avalon players, we had a guy named Beast Fighter. He also goes by the name Usman Tariq. And we have a guy named Motion Shooter. Motion Shooter used to play Nina. Both of these guys don't play Lina. I don't even know where Beast Fighter is. The guy disappeared all of the sudden. Right? Like me. I'm on stream, right? Players know I play online, right? I've started streaming as well. But Beast Fighter, you're not going to see him in online. You won't see him in arcades. You won't see him in tournaments. And you won't see him streaming. He totally disappeared from the scene. What game is trying to do now? So my rank The highest rank on this account is Destruction 1, right? So game is looking for those Destruction 1 players. So the first priority of the game is to look for the Destruction 1 player. And if they find a Destruction 1, no, I did not play on any international event. Back then in Tekken 7, esports scene was not big. I got sponsored by like three organizations at different times, right? When I started playing, in my first event, I got to, I think, top 7. I got the top 7 spot in my first event. After that, I performed very well. And, after a few months, I got the sponsorship, right? And I stayed with that sponsor, you can say, like for 1 year, I think more time. But the thing is, esports opportunities were not that big. Only thing was Taken World Tour, and back then Taken World Tour's price pool used to be like 50K, right? The entire thing. So yeah, one of the reasons why I stopped competing, because I did not get any opportunity there. All of the guys, all of the Pakistani players that you see now, like Hafiz Tanveer, John, and all of these guys, right? They got opportunities in Taken 8. These guys have been competing, you can say, or had been competing with me back then in Tekken 7 as well. But they did not get any opportunity, right? But they kept playing, right? I moved to the coaching, right? I moved to the streaming as well. I moved to the coaching, and now, I'm back at streaming because now sports scene is good. If season 3 is good, I'll try to compete. Maybe I'll start going to tournaments again. The locals, right? If I get the sponsor, I'll go to the international as well. But when I used to play local, I used to beat, players like Atif, Hafiz Tanveer, consistently in tournaments. I have defeated Naman Chaudhary as well. I have defeated Tanveer. Not once, not twice, like many times. Atif as well. All the big names you can think of. You top it. If I get the chance, I think I can take the big event, to be honest. I think I can. Because, look, John won the LCQ, right? And my online, uh, what it is called, online record against John is 70% win rate in my favor. Not for like one game or two or three or five games. We played like 50 games, right? And he played King most of the time. And I played like different characters. Lars, Dragnov, Fang, Victor. And my win rate is like 70%. Right? I have played against Atif as well. Win rate is totally even, 50%, 50-50. I have played against Daud Sikandar. Win rate is totally even, 50-50. That is the thing. So I think if I get the chance, because the thing is like I never stopped training. I started coaching, yeah, but I never stopped training. I have been training ever since. When I stopped competing, like in Tekken 7, during Tekken 7 days back then, like in 2021, something like that. Yeah, around 2021. I'm not sure exactly when, but around that. So that is the thing. Come on, give me the opponents. Like this is the matchmaking system of the game. Because first of all, we don't have a lot of players here in Pakistan, right? The highest rank that a Pakistani player has is like Destruction 3. Arslan got that, right? But not in Pakistan, right? He was in like UAE when he got that rank. He was streaming online. He was streaming and he got the rank. Because if you are in UAE, you are going to find Pakistani players, you're going to find Saudi Arabian players, right? Many players with 5 bars. So while sitting in Pakistan, the highest rank is Destruction 2, I think. We don't have a single player who is Destruction 3. Even Atif Butt is Destruction 2 on Anna and Brian. I have Destruction 2 on Armor King, on Victor, almost on Clive. So that is the thing. We have like 3-4 players in this rank. That is why it is difficult to find games. Because game is going to find the player who is close to my highest rank. Game is going to prioritize that. Game is not going to now match me against people who are taken king or taken emperor, because they wanted to you can say avoid smurfing, right? Let's say if someone is Lord of Destruction, right? And then his sub character is sitting at Taken King, and now the Taken King, because the higher rank player is now playing on Taken King, so it's going to be tough for other Taken King players, right? Who have their maximum rank at Taken King or Taken Emperor. Just to avoid that smurfing situation, they did that. But with this, people are unable to find games, especially in regions where there are not a lot of online players. But in season 3, I think players will come back. A lot of players are also waiting, right, for the season 3. I have not been playing a lot as well. Move list. Come on, give me the games. Guys, this is the issue. This is the issue. But the thing is, like, I want to stay relevant until you can say season 3. I'm extremely serious about streaming now, right? I will continue streaming, inshallah, in season 3 as well. But the reason why I don't stream regularly is because I don't find games. Viewers get bored. I understand. You guys get bored, right? You guys don't want to see me like doing combos and stuff, right? In practice mode, right? You guys want to see me play. That is why. I have other plans to fix this thing. Until season 3 comes out, because at the start of the season, I will find a lot of games. It is going to be interesting because all the characters, will get the rank reset, right? So so let's say players like Ate for Davlister, or you can say other players, right, who are sitting at Destruction to Destruction, when they have like other characters that Lord of Destruction, Taken Emperor, Taken Lord, like different ranks scattered across these ranks. So all of those characters will go down, right? And those players, will rank up all of those characters again. So there are going to be a lot of matches in season 3. I'm just excited, just waiting for the season 3. And the problem is the moment I start queuing and I find someone, you can say, who is lower rank than me, uh, they stop queuing. They stop queuing. The moment I win, they stop queuing. Well, let me show you the proof for it. Look, for example, wait, you guys cannot see the screen. Windows capture. Uh, yeah. Well, let me show you something. Wait, not this. Look at this. So look, this is me, right? No name, right? So look, my last opponent was this Armor King player. If I click his profile, you can see his last opponent was me. I was his last opponent. So the guy stopped queuing. And I don't blame the players. I'm not trying to prove, look, he is bad or whatever. No. I respect every single player. The point I'm trying to make is that, whenever I start winning, the players, they stop queuing because they don't want to lose points, right? That is the thing. This guy's not queuing anymore. That is the thing. Wait. Uh, Sometimes doing this fixes the issue. Okay. Wait. Guys, I'm gonna show you a fancy combos. One. Let's see how many back threes I can land in a combo. One, two, three, four, five. Ah, I think five. What is going to be the wall carry there? Maybe 2-1-2. Yeah. No. I should go for the simple combo. Something like this. Or maybe this. Yeah. Easy combos. Mulgold was going for these type of combos as well. He was not looking for the wall splat, into big damage, right? Wall splat into tornado into wall combo. He was not looking for these type of things. He was doing tornado like that in the open. Then he would do, stuff like this. You would also, you would always want to do, as you can see, easy combos, right? Whenever you are in a tournament. Come on, show me the games, give me the games. Maybe there are going to be some players online. No. You guys can ask me questions meanwhile I'm looking for the match. Opponent? Yeah, I have fought Atif two times in tournament and I won both times. During Ticket 7, when I used to compete. I fought him twice and I won both times. Two times or three times, I think. Something like that. And back then, you cannot say like Atif was not as cracked in Tekken 7 as he is now. He was as cracked. I think he was more cracked in Tekken 7. He was stronger. He played Akuma. And when I won against him, it was the release version of Leroy. I won against the release version of Leroy with the weakest version of Live Long. There are tournament brackets out there. I think the tournament was hosted by the Red Bull, right under Slanash. Tournament was hosted by these two guys. Tournament name was, let me think, what was the name? Yeah, Dark Wave 1.0. And back then in Pakistan, Pakistani players used to make the bracket on Chalong. Come on. Come on, give me the opponents. Taken, what are you doing? Guys, look, this is the struggle. This is the struggle. You have to struggle here in Pakistan, if you want to find opponents in online. In offline you will find, you can say, more than enough opponents if you go to the arcades, right? But then you cannot stream. Maybe another character will find me some matches. Which character should I play? Let's pick Armor King. Maybe Armor King will find me some game. Because sometimes if you change character, you find games. Okay, still remember how to do chain throws. This is 70 damage one, right? 65. Rare play Kuni. Yeah, I did play Kuni. Like I play all the characters. I can play all the characters. I have tried all the characters in the game, I have played all the characters in the past as well. Yes, I tried Kuni when she first came out. Come on. Why I'm not getting any? Plus minus, maybe like plus minus 2. Yeah, let's search it plus minus 2. In regions like EU or NA, right? If I were sitting in, you can say one of those regions, I would have played maybe like 20 games so far. And sometimes, I get surprised like how like players, you can say, manage to find a lot of games, like 20 games, 20k games, 30k games. Some players have those many games. But online commentaries are big, in EU, in NA, even in Korea. Okay, finally an opponent, guys. Dragnov. Like bad players everywhere. Everywhere we have bad players. Why is this guy showing me? Intro pose. Okay, I'm gonna beat this guy with the throws. Can I win with the throws only? He's gonna do running too. I know it. I know it. He wants to do it. He whiffed one move. Whenever the dragon goes for the pigeon religion, you can launch dragon. He woke up into the panic button. Bro, stop using jabs. I should have gone for like, uh, boom, boom, boom. This guy's confused, probably confused about my name. He's like, okay, who is this player? Down for 1-4. They completed the string. I was not expecting it. Is he dead? No. Guys, taking it. In Tekken 7, these things did not exist, right? If you would pressure your opponent, you like would not press a random launcher. Now players, the moment you pressure them, they just press a random launcher. Yeah, I was waiting there. Okay, he completed the string. Okay, he did not get launch. I was looking for a launcher. There was like, you know what? I'm gonna launch with the rising one, but he did not get it back. You know, the yeah, I just went for the low throw into another low. I think like instead of giant swing, I could have like gone for this throw. I think he's the same Dragno player. He's the same because there's no one else who is online except one Dragno player. So I'm pretty sure he's the same player. Okay, good night, good night. Okay, I'll show you the Shayu tricks for sure. GG's, GG's, thank you. Bum bum bum. Okay, guys, we're going to the floor blast. Guys, you can see like these ranks. This guy's playing good. You know, he's not making a lot of mistakes. But players in these ranks usually make a lot of mistakes. Okay, drop the combo. I could have gone for like forward 3, 2, 1. Dragonov is -1 there. Boom. He's dead. Armor King has a lot of damage, on his combos. Armor King has, one of the highest damaging combos in the game. Boom. Down back to 3. What did you guys think about Armor King? Do you guys think he is strong? Wait, I need to change the title of the stream. Where do I change the title? Chat. Here? No. Here. Here we go. Okay. New Technet account. Yep. Now stream has the accurate title. Yeah, every character in Tekken 8 is strong. So where do you place this character in your tier list? Okay. So let's do a comparison. Who do you think is strong? Armor King or what it is called? Steve. Steve? Okay. So anyone else? Anyone else who thinks Armor King is stronger than Steve? Or Steve is stronger than Armor King? What do you guys think? I'll give you my opinion as well. So I think Steve is stronger. Okay, guys, we are in queue for another 20 minutes before we find the game. It is what it is, guys. It is a struggle, real struggle. Bum 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 bum. I personally cannot play. Yes, Steve is difficult to play. That is the thing. But Armor King is also difficult to play. Difficult to play in terms of play style, right? When it comes to the Armor King. When it comes to the Steve, he is difficult to play because he got difficult execution, right? You need to be aware of like different situations. For example, where you can do that back and pull, right? Over here, the evasive back step, and where you can do the left wave, where you can do the right wave. So you need a lot of knowledge to play that character because that character does not have defensive moves like cans where you just press one button and you deal damage, right? He got like evasive moves. So you need, and he's not evasive like Shayu, where you just like press the evasive button on autopilot, right? And you will evade everything. You need some skills to play that character. Compared to other Taken characters. There are some characters, if you want to play those characters, you need fundamentals, right? Or maybe like situational awareness. When it comes to the Steve, you need you don't need fundamentals anymore because you can force the mix up, but you need situational awareness, right? And when it comes to the optimization of the gameplay of Steve, yes, you need fundamentals and you need situational awareness. Wait, how I'm getting this combo so consistently? Huh? Wait, guys. Okay, so you hold down and then you press up 4. Okay, so you mash up 4. Come on, give me the game, give me the game. Okay, finally, guys, an opponent. This time around, I found the opponent quicker compared to the last time. No, Kudans was not there. Yeah, he was not there. I did not see him because I streamed the entire TWT, the entirety of it, right? Except the LCQ, right? I did stream the top 8 of LCQ. Let's go. You cannot break this through. This guy does not have good reaction time. He's getting hit by the gimmicks. Okay, let me hit with a slow gimmick. I could have launched him, but I wanted to break the floor. Okay, the rematch. The rematch. Bro, what are you doing? Why are you pressing that button? Okay, let me finish him off with a troll move. Okay, what did it, guys? What did it? Flowcharts, guys. I'm doing flowcharts. I'm playing like the Taken King players. Now, I dropped the combo. No worries, we got another combo. Okay, I'm gonna take like 20 million damage here. Never mind, no walls. Rage art. Yeah, that was 90 damage. Like when I say like 20 million, I mean, a lot of damage. Not exactly that 20 million. Another thing that I'm looking forward to in season 3 is I want the combo damage to go down. Guys, tell me any stupid move that you guys think will never work, and I'll try to make it work in rank. What do you guys think? Let's do a challenge. Tell me a move, with any character, or maybe like with Armor King because I'm playing Armor King now, that you think won't ever work, and I'll try to make it work. Watching it intelligently made me want to play. Yeah, it is good character. Like getting triple perfect is very difficult, to be honest, because the thing is like chip damage exists in this game, right? No, that is like near impossible task. But it is possible if I would find a lot of games. Because I'm barely gonna find any game, right? Because look, I played the first Claudia game, right? I got little bit warmed up and then boom. I did not find any game for 20 minutes, right? And all of my warm up just went to the trash can. And then after 20 minutes I found another game with Armor King. Right? And then now I'm not gonna find any other game. So this is the thing. It is difficult to find games. So any other challenge? Win a game using only okay, possible. Good one. Good challenge. Let's try that. Or punishment, because the thing is like I'm gonna punish. If my opponent makes mistake, I'm gonna punish, right? As an offensive tool, I'm just gonna use giant swing. Okay? But I'm gonna punish my opponent. If they make the mistake, I'm gonna punish my opponent. Let's say they press a launch punishable button or they whiff something, right? But I won't go like you can say ultra defensive move and try to only punish my opponent. In offense, I'll try to you can say use only giant swing. But let me find the game first. The real challenge is not winning a game with, sorry, winning a game with only giant swings, right? But it is actually to find the opponent. I'll do giant swing like this, running giant swing like that. Guys, look at the damage. Look at that crazy combo. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Where are my games? So the Dragno player stopped queuing as well. So I found a Dragno player, Arm King player, both of them stopped queuing. Maybe like change character. Maybe I'll find game now. You want them to release Kuni? Yeah, I want them to release season 3 as soon as possible. But I think they're just gonna test everything. I think they're gonna test everything the 1 month and 16, like 14 days they're good. They're gonna spend the entire time testing everything. They'll make sure that there are no bugs, they don't mess up anything and stuff like that. Come on. Okay, opponent. Okay, I found the opponent, guys. I found an opponent, finally. Switching character worked. Okay, the same Dragno player. He has bad luck? Why? Why he has bad luck? Okay, he ducked the second hit. He went for the side step right duck. How is this guy blocking all of the lows? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that he is not cheating. He's going to remote back to Puja. Okay. You know what? I went for the running two there after down 1-2, but you know, my timer was over. I could not get the running two. Okay, he was looking for that. Oh my god, guys! He got it with the up kick. The Claudio's up kick. Boom. Look, Claudio's up kick. Oh my god, look at the low blocks of this guy. You see his ideas? Look, this is how you apply pressure. You know, down forward three, back three, down forward three, up forward two, down. This is how you apply pressure with Claudio. Guys, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Let me stop the matchmaking. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm back. I think like my father was about to drop my kids to school. And then he asked me, so I just dropped kids to school and let's go. We're gonna play more Taken. You know what? Let's do that giant swing challenge. Never mind. I think I found the opponent. Yeah. Okay. That was quick. That was quick. The same Dragonov? Okay, the same Dragonov. Watermelon, are you there? I think this guy's gonna get demoted to Fusion. Why is this guy blocking like all of my lows? Is this guy using any type of cheat? Like every time. Look. Okay. Hello, Ghost Trick. Hello, welcome to the stream. Look, guys, this is how you apply pressure with Cloudy. Oh my god. This character is crazy. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I just did the season 3 trailer detailed analysis, right? And you know, I did read the documents uploaded by Namco on their site, on their Japanese site. How? I think he was doing like QCF and then he did the low parry. Look at that. Is this guy like doing some type of cheating or what? All of a sudden he starts doing offense, so the defense like the best player on the planet. All of the sudden. No, 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 not lucky. Look at that. What is this guy doing? It is suspicious because I think like I have played this game for a long time, right? Which includes you can say the pro players. Did you guys see that like instant side step block? So it's not like he's just doing side step low parry every single time. Because I was trying to mix up everything pretty well. He was getting hit by the stuff as well. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I can actually go to the replays and look at the timings. I can figure out. It is possible. But I'm just gonna play whatever. Whatever, guys. Whatever. We're winning. We're winning. Doesn't matter. Why is he showing me the win poses? Side step launcher. Shuriken. Boom. With the way he's playing, how this guy's pushing. Bro, why is this guy wasting time? Why is this guy showing win poses? Sorry, intro poses. You know, it was impossible for him to win. Nice. Look at the tracking! Look at the tracking! He gave up, he gave up. EK Ahmed. Okay. This gameplay is interesting. Oh my god, guys, he's not gonna match against me again. 93. No. 89. But you know, this combo is inconsistent. Okay, maybe that combo. Uh, Watermelon, he's not gonna get demoted to Fujin. Why? Because he's not queuing anymore, right? Yeah, he's not gonna queuing. He's not queuing. Ah, let me change character. I think he lost like 3 sets. Like 4 sets, I think. 31, 33. Well, look at this combo. Look at this combo. One, for while rising. Maybe with 80? With 80 watts. Maybe we'll find games with 80? The thing like I don't want to play it. There are some characters I don't want to play. Fakumram, Fakumram is interesting, right? Armor King is like very interesting. I have been playing this character. I used to play this character in Tag 1, I remember. Like there are some characters that you never want to play. It is one of those. It is not like I hate that character. Character is cool, but Armor King on the other hand is very fun to play character. You force yourself to play the character in the roster because they're boring. Unit is not boring, I think. He's in. No, he's not like my type of character. Because I want to play characters with pokes and stuff like that, right? Where movement is involved. Not mainly the mix-up characters. For example, with Glory, you can poke down your opponent, right? With like Armor King, you can poke down your. Sorry, not your character, your opponent. You can poke down with this character. Okay, finally I found the opponent. So I think like I have to play one game, change character, right? And then play the game and then change character again. I think I'll keep switching between Claudio and Armor King. Sandstorm, Lydia. Come here, bro. I'm gonna giant swing you. Giant swing again. Giant swing again. He launched me. He launched me. He thought I did not know the flowchart, bro. Bro, I know the flowchart. For learning matchup, should I use the defense mode or offense? Defense mode, defense mode. For learning matchups, use the defense mode. You have to, go to defense mode, record moves, and like try to punish. 1280 points. Okay, so that's why I got like decent amount of points. He is dead. He is dead. He's gonna strike the wall. Okay, look at the damage he's gonna take. He's gonna press and wake. He's gonna press and wake up. No. Go to weather running two. He's gonna spam side step. Down forward two. Yo. Armor King, guys. Armor King. I can try to copy what she just did in a match. You can like copy my offense, right? But copying my defense is difficult. You need to learn the matchups. What is the reason why I'm moving, you can say, in front of my opponent like that? Because the thing is, I'm confident that I can read the patterns, offense patterns and defense patterns of my opponents, right? And then punish them. This is the thing. That's why I have confidence. I can mess around. I can just, do random moves, right? I can lose a lot of HP, still do come back. Because even though like I'm trolling, but at the same time I'm just constantly downloading my opponent and seeing what he's doing, right? That is the thing. Maybe it's time for another character. We have to like switch characters if we want to play the game. I don't know what's wrong with the matchmaking, but Guys, let me show you death combo. You know this death combo works if your opponent does not break the grab. Look. Oh no. Little bit late. You know if your opponent does not break the grab, you can even do like 200 damage. Let me do it properly. Oh no. The thing is like whenever you find the match game, as you can see, gives you a little lag. No, 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 no. I can do better. I can do better. Yeah, I have my network settings to 5 only. Yes, 5 only. You know, 4 bars connection is terrible to play. You should never play on 4 bars connection. You know, if you really want to improve, you know, be good at Taken, I think you should never play on a 4 bars connection. Look at this, guys. 203. Well, let me do more. Like, if your opponent does not break the grab, you can even like overkill. This combo only works if your opponent does not break the grab. This is not a match practical combo, by the way. I think the Dragnov, because look, the PS sign, you see PlayStation sign. Maybe someone else, maybe is the Drag, because Dragnov player was playing on console. Steve, no, it's not Dragnov. Okay, guys, we are 200 promoting tree. Guys, it is fun to have fun. Guys, someone please clip that combo. Someone please clip that combo. And promotion to take an emperor. Like 90 damage convert the wall. Armor King looked like Hiaji for a second. Bro, stop mashing, bro. Armor King. Armor King, guys. I think I need to play more. 31. 31. Okay. 85. 87. 90. Boom. Chiquinho. Who is this guy? Steve player? I think he's the same Steve player. Maybe with Steve or maybe with another character. No, never mind. Slow. In the open stage. Okay, good for me. I should have known this. He's dead. Look at the combo damage, guys, of Armor King. I did not even do the optimized combo there. He went for the hit burst there. Running giant swing. Armor King's win poses are so disrespectful. What they're gonna do to the Armor King in season 3? What did you guys think? Are they gonna buff the Armor King or nerf? Because it's all rounder. I think all rounder characters will get nerfed. All rounder characters, like Armor King, like Nina, Jin, these type of characters will, I think, get nerfed. Nunchucks. Defense, guys. Defense. I messed up the combo though. I messed up the combo. And the slide punish. Where is my move? Guys, if you're an Armor King player watching this stream, don't use a forward 3+4 as a panic button. I'm using it as a troll button, not as a panic button. Boom, boom, boom. Part switch throw, floor gimmick, wall gimmick, another floor gimmick. Wait. Yeah, this one also. This one. This one triggers the floor. A forward 1+2. This one triggers the floor gimmick. QC back 1+2. This one triggers wall gimmick. Running 1+2. This one also triggers wall gimmick, but QC back 1+2 is better. For the wall breaks. and for the balcony breaks, anything works. And this is for side switch. And the giant swing as well, for the side switch. Especially when you're stuck at the wall, If you're Armor King, play little tape, side step 2 into giant swing. Use this thing, to get out of the wall and deal like 2 million damage. Or maybe down back 3 into giant swing. This works as well. Double 4 neutral 2 into giant swing. Like that. Or double 4 neutral 2 into running giant swing. If you go to the execution, do it like this. This is going to be more effective. Okay, I'm finding opponents now. That's good. Okay, so we got Lords. Okay, so he's the same player who was playing earlier, who was playing Steve. So what I have to do is I have to just low parry the Lars, right? Low parry. Look. Round start hop kick. Bro, what are you doing? Bum 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 bum. Okay, my one did not work there. Okay, he gave up. I thought he gave up. Okay, never mind, never mind. He did not. He did not give up there. Bum 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 bum. Tung 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 tung. Running giant swing. And I'm gonna go for the running P plus 4. The troll. Look at the tracking, guys. Look at the tracking. Someone please clip that. Tracking it. Tracking it. Teabagging, bro. Teabag. Teabag once more. Never teabag against armor, guys. Rage quit, guys. Guys, look at this name. Remember this name? Rage quit. If you cannot win, rage quit. Look at the technique. Follow this guy's strategy. By the way, am I live? Is it my internet which died? Chat? Am I live, right? Let me see. Let me see. Maybe my internet died. Okay, okay, I'm live. Now, never mind. I might have to use Hiachi for tournament that's happening this week. Yeah, you can use Hiachi for the tournament. Hiachi is tournament viable character. And you know you have good practice with Hiachi. Bum. Guys, there are times when, you can suffer if you're too good. Oh my god. Let's look at the side throws of armor king. Okay. Back turn throw. Oh my god, look at the damage. Guys, look at the damage. Boom, 60 damage. Okay, doesn't matter which throw I do. Armor King is gonna go for the same throw. It doesn't matter which input. Guys, we lost another opponent. You know, Mr. Ken, aka Rage Quitter. Boom, boom. So this thing. This combo does not work. 30, 35. 4-3 deals more damage. You can get Victor to take an Emperor. That's good. That's good. Do it. You should do it. If you can do it, you should do it. Come on. I think that Lars player is not queuing anymore. We don't have the Dragno player. Yeah, no one is queuing, guys. No one is queuing. Let's go, Sanji. Let's go. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, you played a Jin. He stressed you out. I just played a Lars and I stressed him out. It is the opposite. You can do that. It is like very late season. So the ranking up is, you can say, easier compared to the early season. Because there are some players who just spam games, right? There are players who never learn, they spam setups and games and they, like climb. So the players who never try to learn, you can win against those players. Especially in the late season because you'll find those guys in these ranks. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You should always learn. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I see you don't have locals. I see. You can train, right? For now, train and then later on go to major. Don't go to a major now. You can train for now and then later on, you know, whenever you feel like you can win against good players in your region, right? Who compete in, you can say majors, then you can go. That is the thing. By the way, guys, if you're liking the stream, if you like my gameplay, make sure to support the stream by dropping a follow. I really appreciate it. Thing is like, all the locals are not same. In some locals, there are very strong players. You will see very strong players in some locals, and in other locals, you'll see like average players. So all locals are not same. Okay, guys, I think this will be it for today. Right. We did the season 3 trailer analysis, in-depth trailer analysis. If you feel like you have not seen it, you have missed it, you will find it at the start of the stream, right? You can push the vote after I end the stream. It will going to have a lot of information, so it will be fun, right? I talked about the esports scene as well later in the stream, and then I played some ranked games. Okay, thank you so much, guys, for staying around. Thank you so much, Osiris, for the sub, and everyone who followed. Dr. Django, Osiris, Paint, thank you so much for the support. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll start streaming regularly once again, right? So you'll find me streaming around this time or like 12 hours from now. Because right now it is like 9:18 a.m. for me. So in the morning time, around 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 7 a.m., right around this time, or around like 7 p.m., 8 p.m., around that time. So those two, one of those two times, you'll find me streaming. Aren't they going to add more ranks in the lower ranks? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to add more ranks in the season 3 or no. I don't know at all. Because I'm as clueless as you are when it comes to some things. I'm as clueless as you are. I'm as clueless. I have no idea, what they're gonna do. The only thing that I know is they're gonna do rank reset, and you know they are discouraging one and done. Right? You'll get more points if you rematch, and matchmaking is going to be based on your character's rank. You know, the characters you will be playing, not the highest rank anymore. So that is going to be a good thing. It will introduce a lot of smurfs into your games, but you will find games faster. Okay, guys, I need to go. Bye bye. Have a nice day.